What's up? I use the bees. Sup, guys? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Early raffle. All the early people. Early bird catches the worm. Totally not late, by the way. I'm exactly on time. It's exactly 12:08. It's exactly the perfect time. Hey, look at them overlays. Totally working. It's so quiet. Can you guys hear me alright? It's 12:08. Don't lie to me. Alright, boys, we're playing a new game today. See how we like it. I've heard a lot of good things that they've done, that they've worked on, that they've attempted to fix. Can actually build bases now on this game. Boom! Julian didn't win. Yay. I'm happy about that. I'm happy when Julian loses money. It's the best part of the day. Okay, I've yet to even play this game. Oh, also, I got a new fidget spinner, a blue one. I traded the black one for a blue one. I literally seen some kid on the street playing with the blue one. And I was like, hey dude, I like that blue fidget spinner. I got a black one and a white one. Do you want to trade? And he was just like, yeah, I want a black one. So I traded my black fidget spinner for an awesome blue fidget spinner. And I'm very happy about that. I love blue. Blue's my favorite color. Here we go, guys. Let's check this out. I heard there's new game modes too. Ooh. Normal, survival, permadeath. That's hardcore. Creative. The survival looks tough. Should I just do normal for the stream? That way it's not as frustrating. Or should I do survival to make it a challenge? Dun dun dun. Yeah, I'd say normal. Where's my mouse? What is going on? There we go. ICAP, what's ICAP? Fancy. Still gonna build a base and stuff. I want to build a base. I want to make a homeworld. That's what I'm excited about. I'm gonna explore a few planets, find an awesome one, and I'm gonna make a homeworld and a base. I might have to change the settings. I don't know. I haven't even seen the settings. It's potatoing a little bit right now. Funny story. I had this game pre-ordered, and I got it when it first came out. I played it for about 8 hours, and then I refunded it because it was trash. Like, there was literally nothing to do. You go to the center of Galaxy and you start over basically, and that was BS. But they've done a lot of work to it. You can build bases now. You actually have reasons to do things. You can build your own space cargo ship. You can do lots of stuff. What's up, Gwoon? Leon? Should I just call you Leon? Leo? I'm gonna call you Leo. Sup, Leo? Wow. Either it is hardcore loading some shaders, or it's potatoing my computer. One of the two. Near cost. Come on. What are you doing? Generating a whole universe or something? Jesus, come on. Sorry, Leo. You missed out on the raffle. I did an early bird raffle. The first people that were here got to enter a raffle. You missed out. Leon? Leon or Leon? Because depending on where you live, it could be pronounced differently. Leon? Okay. Alright, Leon. I could do that. I could do Leon. I'm cool with that. Yeah, now that you can build bases and stuff, I feel like this game kind of fits the vibe of my channel. So, I hope you guys like it. I hope I like it. I hope I didn't just waste 23 bucks on this game. It's on sale, by the way. 23 bucks. I would get it now if you're gonna get it, because I don't think it's worth 60 bucks. It's my blue fidget spinner. I love my blue fidget spinner. Literally traded some random kid on the street my black fidget spinner for a blue one. So now I got the white and the blue. What's this look like together? What's the Lotus look like now? Alright. Computer just died. It's been a good stream, y'all. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're playing Stardew Valley. Alright. Later. JK. Wow. Did it actually crash? It's a good game. It's a great game, guys. Come on. We can do this. Mic broken. I was afraid of that. Cool. That's a great game. Alright, there we go. Yeah, sound meter sucks, but it helps with like the echoey sound. Beautiful game. That was a great experience. I loved it. Definitely recommend. I'll try not clicking anything this time and just let it do its thing. Oh, oh, hey, it worked this time.
Commencing Atlas system suit initialization.
What? Is this too loud? Or is it alright?
Life support systems activated. Shield kinetic system online.
The hands-free gaming experience.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
We got jetpacks, boys.
Multi-tool aligning laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete.
Katomic. First contact. Should I? Should I enable base sharing? I don't know. Can people mess up my base if I do this? No. I don't know what to click. Help me, chat. I don't know what to click. Chat, please. Please answer this for me. Please, chat. I beg of you, answer this. I don't know how much VVVVV is right now, but it's really good. It's a good, quick little game, super cheap. It's $5, not on sale. Alright, Jared said no. Hey, it's actually running pretty good. Look at that. It's running smooth, boy. Okay. So I need 4 of these sheets. Scanner is also critically damaged. Need 50 carbon, 25 iron. Isotopes. Okay. Here's iron. Oops. Wait, what? What is going on? Did I repair it? This isn't the right menu. I don't know how to craft things. I know you won the raffle, Jared. I need 3 more iron. I see. It's like VV, VV, VV. 6 V's. Hey. What? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want from me? I ain't doing nothing.
Product constructed. Product constructed.
What? How do I play? Oh.
Technology repaired.
Oh, I got other stuff to repair. I need 2 of these. Zinc and iridium. It's V's. It's like that's literally the name of the game. I'm not sure if it's on sale or not. God, please don't crash. I'm not doing nothing, man. Oh man. It's a pretty cool game. It's fun. Whoops. What's... Oh, I can switch. Oh.
Technology repaired.
Oh. That's how you do that.
Product constructed.
So I can actually repair it from here? I need zinc and iridium. Damn. This is a pretty game. What? I can't get that. Can I make this jump? Ah! Crap. The thing needs an advanced mining laser. I think I need that for something. Ah, I see.
Technology repaired.
I see.
Weapon charge depleted.
What do you mean?
Weapon charge depleted.
What do you mean weapon charge depleted? What are you talking about?
Technology
Oh, I need carbon.
Technology recharge.
Ow. Ow. Need to find a good source of carbon. Are these carbon? Yeah, that's what's up.
Technology recharge.
Hey, no, I didn't do that. That wasn't me. Guys, that wasn't me. It was that other guy.
Technology recharge.
No, it wasn't. It's cool, guys. We're cool, right? We're cool. I need that blue stuff. What's that mean? So how much of that do I need? 200. I feel like those little robots are gonna kill me. Zinc. I'm gonna find zinc. I don't know what zinc is. Is that zinc? No, that's iron.
Technology recharge.
What's this thing? What's this visor? Ah. Ah! No! I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh crap. That was an accident. That was an accident. Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good. Everything wants to kill me. I just want some zinc. I don't know where zinc's at. Is that my ship? Zinc. Wait, I can interact. Ah, ooh, platinum, nice. Got a lot of iron already. Just need zinc. Hey.
Units received.
Cool. I mean, Gmod's okay. I'm not a huge fan of it. A lot of people like it though. It's got some cool game modes. Sync. What's up? Plutonium? I mean, it's only shown me like, what's TH? Oh, please don't die. I'm a good driver. I'm a great driver. If nobody comes here in a little bit, I might switch over to Stardew Valley. Just thought you guys would think this was cool. I don't know if you guys are even enjoying. You guys are why I'm here, after all. I can just play this on my own time. Oh, zinc. Found some. You guys think this is something I should play on my own time? My favorite game? I don't know. What's up, Dushin? I can't pick a favorite game. Am I dropping frames? No. Ow! Hey. Just titanium, zinc. Stinkity zink. How much do I need? I got it.
Technology prepared. Objective complete.
Wait, hold on. I seen something else that was cool. Seen titanium somewhere. Over there. Yep, new game. Like I said, if you guys get bored of this and want me to play Stardew Valley instead, I can do that. I just thought you guys might like it. I can't get that.
Technology recharge.
That was a long time ago. The game I've played the most in my life is probably League of Legends, dude. Wait, how do I do this? Oh.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Alright. How do I leave the plan? Oh.
Objective complete.
Whoa, now. Let's get off this planet. So cool. I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh. That's how you get resources right here. Yeah, I have Astroneer. I played it on stream a little bit one day. Like an hour or something. What's that?
Alert. Navigational data received.
Hey now. There's a beacon. But I haven't changed any of the settings. This is default settings. Oh, nice. There we go. On foot. Should I do that? Rifle time. Nice. Definitely gotta get that borderless going. Rifle time. Raffle has begun. Raffle, raffle. Alrighty then. Is this plutonium? So I need plutonium. Nice. Congrats, man. Congrats. Win bucks you can spend in the shop. Hey now. And if you see it, different stuff you can do. Where's my ship? Great. It's up on a rock.
Units received. Alert. Navigational
Interesting. Nice. Need that. Well. I'm not walking for half an hour. I believe I'll go back to my ship. I hope I can go back to my ship. Oh, why? Why's my life support low? Do I gotta recharge that? Oh.
Technology recharge.
Let's see. Whoa. Hey. Oh, that's not a nice thing. Ha! I killed you. Haha. Nice. I'm gonna take your stuff off your planet. Hey, whoa. Where's my... Yes. There we go. There we go. Is the stream running okay for you guys? Is it? Is it like lagging or anything? This is lagging really bad. Like it's yeah, it's being very laggy. Might have to turn some stuff down a little bit. Spin them in the shop, dude. Let's go to the shop. Coins are the same thing as bucks. It's just a different command to see what you got.
Temperature levels stabilizing.
So we can build a hyperdrive now.
Objective complete. Objective complete.
I heard you. How do you build a dynamic resonator?
Objective complete.
Holy crap, stop saying that. Yeah, do monies too. And go buy. Holy crap, stop saying that.
Objective complete.
You know?
Inventory full. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
'Tis No Man's Sky. It is on sale on Steam right now. I figured I'd give it a shot. They've supposedly done a lot to it.
Complete. Orbital station coordinates received.
Can I get that thing here? There it is. 31. 31,000.
Units received.
Interesting.
Units received.
I need 31,000 to get that thing. There is no current song. That's craziness. I must travel to space station. Background music is on, I think. Or do you mean like my music? Yeah, the music is on. Oh yeah, give me a second. When I get to the space station, I'll do it. Okay, if I don't die first. There. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I can't drive. I also need to restart the game to apply all those settings. Jeez, it's kind of loud. It's scary. It's very scary. Oh! God, I thought I was done for. Little cube thing. I just want to build a base somewhere. Hopefully it'll fix the lag where I turn some of the settings down. Now it is saved, right? Turn down a little bit more so it's super loud. Can I save? Does it automatically save, I hope? Yeah. Alright, let's get the NCS a rolling. Yeah, I need subscribers too, man. Just saying. It's kind of rude of you to just come in here and spam your channel, to be honest. Are you guys good with No Man's Sky? Should I keep playing this or should I switch over to something else? Oh yes, borderless, thank God. Something else? You guys don't want me to play this on stream? What's up, Lou Durker? Welcome to the chat, dude. Costs you 20 bucks to skip song, man. Sorry, guy. How much are those nanite clusters worth? Where are they at? Wait, what? What? I'm confused now. Cool. Oh, blueprint trader. These aren't the blueprints I'm seeking. I don't want these. What's going on? I don't even see the nanite clusters. Some access to it. Oh, I just gotta make some cash, that's it. Ooh, carbon cells for a decent amount.
Here we go.
Well, I need a lot more money. I was supposed to trade those nanite clusters for something. How about you get in the ship? I've heard it's got better. You can build bases now. They're supposed to be like Land Rover type things. Stuff like that. Ooh, gold and copper. I'm gonna go get this gold and copper. Is it still doing frame skips and stuff? Or has it got better? I actually turned the graphics down some because it was like skipping frames. Why? Still doing it. Whoa. Come on, gold. Is it too far away? Platinum. Zinc. I think I'm gonna fly around till I find like some gold. Or whatever. Screw those guys. It's a chat game, dude. It's a game you can do in chat. You can do bank heists. Nice. What is this? Platinum. Oh, I can build stuff. What? What is it? Signal booster? I don't have the resources. Interesting. No, you cannot get chat mod. Hey, I built something. What is going on? Yeah. I can build stuff. Hey, get off that.
Protection fully.
Oh, God. Really?
Technology recharge.
I'm stuck here. I gotta find some freaking plutonium. Cause I said so.
Temperature levels stabilizing. Temperature levels stabilizing.
Hey, hi. How you doing? Don't mind me. I'm just hanging out. Doing nothing wrong.
Inventory full. Technology recharge.
Ah. Is that gonna eat me?
Units received. Inventory full.
Maybe I should make some upgrades or something. Enjoy your cookie.
Technology recharge.
Is that all I can build? Garbage. Ooh. These are artifacts. I can sell these, can't I? What is this? Ho.
Inventory full. Technology recharge.
Ha! You lost. That's funny. Get it yet?
Cloud protection fully.
Oh, thermal protection.
Temperature levels
it's warmer in the cave, maybe? Wish I knew what the hell was in the cave. Besides iron. Okay, that's way too sensitive. I gotta turn that down. I need to upgrade my laser, man. That's not what I need. Weird, man. Next stream. For different streams. This was a big waste of time. I guess. Wonder what this stuff's worth. Ooh. Those are worth good monies.
Technology recharge.
So I need iron. Am I out of iron? No, it won't let me flip coin. I'm not allowed to participate. What? Now I got iron. This blue stuff. I'm gonna need some of that too. You're dying. What's up? Probably iron. Monies. I can get inside of this. It keeps me warm. Dude, I'm gonna take all this gold. I'm getting out of this galaxy. Make grandma happy. Them cookies. What's this? 1%? No. That's what. That's what. No, not plutonium.
Technology recharge.
How much is that? Jeez, 220.
Extreme night temperature detected. Temperature levels stabilizing.
It's just raining money, guys. Just raining money. Cookie Monster strikes again. Oh, hey. I mean, later. And now we get the cookie spam. Dude, you're making me hungry. Stop it.
Extreme night temperature detected.
Oh, my warmness.
Stabilizing. Weapon charge depleted. Technology recharge. Extreme night temperature detected.
It's magic, everybody. Magically floats. Alright, I'm out. I probably got enough money now. I'd say I got enough money. Not enough fuel. I had plutonium. Okay, cool. Dude, just stop. I don't care. Here. I'm taking it anyway. Taking it anyway. Taking it.
Technology recharge.
Why'd I do that? There you are. Wow, so you could just constantly spam an item? I'd make it so you could only buy one a day. No! Too fast. Hello, microphone. Do you have 23 coins to flip, loser gamer? At 50 is the max. Boop. 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 What's that rare stuff? Jig what? Gold is good. I'm rich now. Wow. Holy crap. I was not expecting all that. Please God tell me that was the right one. Yes. Iridium. I wonder if they got any iridium. Should've got some while I was down there. Gold is good. Try the most amazing streamer ever. Try, boy. You know. Oh, I need 100. I can't get 100. I'm gonna have to go find some. Crap. 200. Oh no, now I have to go back down. I have to go back down to the planet. What kind of blueprints did that guy have? Shut up. Pulse spitter. I only have 30. I can't buy nothing. Well, back down to freaking get blue stuff so I can build a hyperdrive. I've already been there. I guess I'll go here because it's closest. Flip coin, win raffles, just be active in chat. Those are the ways to make money. Just hang out in chat, dude. You get 2 coins a minute, but you have to be active in the chat so it knows you're there. Republic, then extra 25 coins. I've lost connection. What is going on? This game is like killing something. I'm losing frames. Yeah, I'm losing frames like crazy. I don't know what is going on. I'll do 30, I guess, because that's the best I could do. Restart the game again. Dude, I'm losing frames like crazy and I don't know why. Something is killing it. I don't know if it's Chrome or what.
Bit by bit, creative imagination began to build a new art form.
Julian's been here for a long time though.
Makes me feel I belong to
Oh man. I'll do a raffle. You guys want me to do a raffle? I can do that. You wanna play something else? Alright, I'll play this on my own time until I can build up a base and stuff, and then maybe I'll come back to it. Because it is, like, I'm dropping frames like crazy. I don't know what is going on. Vortex, good job, dude. Good luck. Lucky. Here. I'm gonna start this poll. I don't want to play GTA. I'm just not feeling it. I want to go with a regular game that my viewers usually watch. Oh god, it's gonna be Terraria. Should have known. Alright, but I'll let that run on. I'll be right back.
said the same thing I told ya. My eyes are clear, there's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need it clear, my best friend. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best light I know. It's not a game that I am playing. My love, trying to hold my feeling. I don't know what's right. I'll find the best way. I think that I might. I know you made it in the nick of time. I'm calling on you. I think we're made of something. I think we're made of something. I keep my time in a pocket. I wanna find a new keeper. I like the way it's mysterious. I think I found my own way. Is it easy to show?
Alright, guys. Looks like Terraria won. Do you want me to add more options to that? I could add some more options. We could do another poll. Give me some. Hold on. Do you guys want me to add some more options or just go to Terraria? I don't have kindergarten. Give me suggestions besides kindergarten. What's up, fun dude? Welcome to the chat. Brusky. Alright, you donate me the money to buy it and I'll buy it. 'Cause I ain't got no money right now. I think I have give disabled. I have give disabled, so. Come on guys, I need more votes. Terraria it is, boys. Switch it up. Everybody loves Terraria. 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 You find some random thumbnail. Right. Can't do multiplayer. Messes the stream up too bad. Alright, I might get the magic one now. Then go into my expert. Because it lags too bad, dude. I've tried multiplayer before, it just lags too bad. See where else. May I find some? Probably. There was a 300 and something buck heist. But are you gonna win it? That's the question. Interesting. Oh, wow. Interesting. Interesting. Might be enough. Let me get the magic cap. So I got some pretty cool magic items now. Oh, I don't have any. Can I make it? Oh, I can make it. Sweet. Alright, guys. I think this world's done. I think I'm, go do something somewhere else. That's so cool. Alright. It's all good, dude. Every time you come back, it's another view. So I'm cool with it. Alright, let's see. Let's get rid of these other trash worlds. No, I didn't want to. Should I? Oh, I get to pick? Nice. Ooh. Am I ready? Am I ready to try to fight the expert wall of flesh? I don't want to enable giving. I want people to work for their bucks. Sorry, bro. Try to talk Julian into making it rain. I'm making an expert small world for looting purposes. Hopefully, I can get some mad loot. Oops. Garbage. Umbrella. I really want those boots to prevent fall damage. That would be a dream. Loser gamer, you lost. Well. Gotta be watching live, man. Dude, I need a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I really want that I just don't have. Want some wings? That'd be nice. Hi. Try to get my piggy bank. Stop it. Dang, dude, that sucks. Start. Where are all the places? Why is there only one? I don't know. I usually stream like 5 or 6 hours, man. There's literally just one cloud. Like, what is that all about? Yeah, I'll do random raffles, dude. I don't mind. Hey, look at that. Nothing on it. It's a garbage one. I'm about to drown. You got this. Should I even bother building houses here? Is it even worth it? Garbage. Pretty much garbage. Hey, what's up, Bonnie? Haven't seen you in a while. Hey Colin, what's up, dude? What you been up to? Been to football camp? Did you have a good time? You should try to join. Probably a little old for football camp. Alright guys, we got some gamblers out there. What's up? I don't know. XD? IDK? What are you up to, man? Colin, good job. Congrats, dude. Yeah, this is also expert mode. Patch this together real quick. Vortex, dude, chill out. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I like cheering people up. Makes you happy, it makes me happy. Later. Got a 3-minute timer. Just here for the money. Just here for the bucks, dude. It's alright. It's all good, man. Whatever reason you're here, I'm glad you're here, guys. That is a heart or something. I also have a slime. I don't even remember where I got the heart. It's a crimson heart. It is gold. Hey, how'd you get in there? These stupid houses for these stupid villagers. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I don't even need to do this. Stay safe. Alright. I'm gonna go try to find some loot, guys. This expert world of mine. This one's better. I think I'll head for the ice dungeon first. What's up, Super Luigi Gamer? Welcome to the chat, dude. Glad you could stop in. I am on the old expert, trying to find some good loot. Lots of things I need. Get him, boy. Get him. Hey, who needs torches, right? House. Garbage. Garbage. Man. Alright, later, Colin, dude. Hope you can stop back in. Jeez, my piggy bank's full. Has to be some kind of garbage in here. Don't care about this anymore. Wait. Probably don't need that anymore, but I'm gonna hang on to it. What's with you guys some funny commands? What kind of funny commands are you even talking about? Plenty of gold. Whoa, now. Nice. Finally won a little bit. Trove. I've seen Trove before. Hey, Colin. Yes, I have. It freaks me out that other people have permission to mess with my commands. It like really bothers me for some reason. Hey, how about you I don't know. Never played Trove. I don't know, dude. It bothers me. Like, what kind of funny commands? I don't know what kind of funny commands you guys are talking about that you want. Like, how's I don't even understand how it's a funny command. It just says a random number. Yeah. That just makes me, it looks like I say stuff. Whatever. The whole chat is pointless. Hey, Crazy Gamer. Thanks for the sub, dude. Welcome to the sub club. Hope you can find something to do in chat. Yes, I died. It was very sad. Wonder if I can beat, Here, man. You want random and say, dude? I'll give you random and say. There you go, dude. Hey, Krista, what's up? Krista. Welcome to the chat. Now you got your random and your say, dude. Are you happy? Is chat lit now? Is it off the hook? Ow. Let's see. Is that the kind of funny command you wanted? Is that what's up? Here we go, one more step, guys. We got 2 commands. It's gonna bring me one more step to 58 million subscribers. It's got a 2-minute cooldown on it. Try to get to the dungeon. It takes 2 minutes. It's got a 2-minute cooldown. Ow. So good luck fighting over who gets to use the command. Okay. Alright. This is fine. We're fine. Oh, this is, we're dead. We're dead. Alright. Skeletron's really hard on. I do got 250 subs. Nice. 250? 250? 250! 250. There's a fly in here and it's killing me. 250. Uh-oh. We gotta do it. We gotta do our little thingy. Come on. Boom. That's what's up, guys. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Love you guys. I would hug you if I could. I'll hug my microphone. I'll hug Jinx. We made it. We're halfway to 500. We're 1/4 of the way to 1,000. 1,000 subscribers. We're on our way. Yeah, this deserves some action. Let's go down some steps, guys. I gotta go back up some steps. Getting winded. Getting winded. Boop, boop, bam, boop, 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 bam, boop, boop, bam, boop, 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 bam, boop, 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 bam, boop, 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 bam, boop, 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 bam, boop, 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 bam, boop, boop, boop. You guys are cool. Only 5 watching now? What is this? Is that true? Is that true? That's sad. Later, dude. Pong. Pong on steroids. Thanks for stopping in. Ow. Ow. How do you join what? The sub club? You just gotta subscribe, Derpy Turtle. Welcome to chat, by the way. Just sub right on in. Special occasion. Got my son's Spider-Man sunglasses. Yeah. Alright. Oh, it's single player, dude. If I do multiplayer, it lags the stream too bad. Making me sad. Making me much sad. Dude, we gotta get more people in here, guys. How can we get more people? My Terraria streams used to be off the hook, man. Where's everybody at? Where's that 35 subscriber days, man? Where's that at? Have I scooped up? Have I scooped up all the Terraria streamers? Have I scooped them up? Have I already got them? Are there no more Terraria stream watchers out there? That didn't work out. That didn't work out at all. Fireworks. Yep, sunglasses out of stock, man. I'm not letting you double it up today. I literally could not see anything at all. Like, the game was unplayable. Spin it. I got the blue one. And the cookies. And the cookies. See if Freddy can spin. spin the blue. This is a very delicate process. There you go, Freddy. This is how you do cool stuff. Guys, I need some ideas. My stream's dying. How can we get 50 people in here? Dylan Scootering, thank you for the comment. Much appreciated. Welcome to the chat. Dude, spin it again? Really? Why are you buying everything out of stock? I scooped up all the Subnautica watchers, man. I scooped them all up. They're all scooped up. They've been scooped. They're here. They subscribed. They left. I don't know. I gotta do something. I gotta do something drastic. Julian. I wish you were broke, Julian. I can't see my mouse. Really? How many times? Alright guys, I'm going for the double. This is never before seen in the world, in the history of the universe. You've seen it here first. I'm gonna get it. It's happened. It's how it happens. Lives were lost in the attempt. It was a tough stunt to begin with. I almost pulled it off. Dude, I need that next big thing, man. I need that next big thing. Gotta do something. Guys, what's gonna make my stream the best stream ever? What's gonna get me 750 subscribers? Dude, nobody wants to watch Kindergarten live. It's been done. Jacksepticeye did it. Nobody wants to watch RPGs. Slime Rancher. That's the next big thing. No, that's not gonna do nothing. Nobody cares about Slime Rancher. man. Nothing. There's nothing here. Nobody wants to see any of this stuff. Got 3 more minutes with these stupid, silly goggles. No. Yuri on Ice. That's it. It's the next big thing. Why is this the only thing that shows up here? I don't know if skip song's working. It might be broken again. It worked for a couple days. Let's do it. Let's do it for you. Web Designer 12 Premium. That's what's gonna launch me into the next level. Let's look at the charts. Let's look at the Steam charts. Let's see what's up. Yes. Now I can see again. It's being played. Terraria. Maybe that's the game. PUBG. I don't think my viewers would like PUBG though. Dude, I suck at Dota. I play League, but I suck at Dota. I know. I need something people want to watch. Portal 2 is only $2 right now. There's Subnautica. Way down here. I have Planet Coaster. I have Tree of Savior. Nobody plays that. These are the big boys. These are the big boys right here. Think people would watch a noob on Dota 2? Somebody that sucks horribly at the game. Think people would want to watch that? Probably not. There's probably a lot of streams of that already. Yes, I'll play Ice Poseidon. Hello Neighbor. I have Hello Neighbor. What is this? Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of games. Think people would watch Hello Neighbor? I didn't even think about that. I forgot about that. I downloaded the update, but I haven't played it yet. I'll never play Minecraft. I have Overwatch, I have Diablo 3. I play Terraria. Haha. How'd that delete? Oh, because it was a link. Yes, I'll play Agario. Are people actually watching people play this game? Kinda. Wow. Why? Why are people watching people play this game? Couple. I'm sorry. I mean, there's Terraria. There you go. It's Terraria. I'm looking at other games to play. Trying to figure out something else to play. Man. No, stop. Master Gavin. Nothing. Russian people, girls. If I was a girl. Nobody's ever heard of Gang Beasts though. I don't even know what that is. Grand Theft Auto. Last time I played that, like, literally 0 people came to watch. Is it for PS4? Because I don't have PS4. Is this a PlayStation game? Hey GMB, what's up? I'm looking for a different game to play. Trying to find something fresh for the channel. Something that my oldies would like, but could draw in new people. Yeah, I wish. I don't even have like a Switch or whatever. Why is it there? Any suggestions? Any suggestions at all, guys? Has to be a PC game, so that's all I got. I don't have kindergarten. But nobody watches my GTA streams. God, guys, I'm panicking. I'm gonna panic. I'm gonna panic. My channel's gonna die. I'm scared. I'm gonna panic. Oh God, I'm gonna have a panic attack. Oh God, nobody likes me. Everybody's leaving. Nobody likes me anymore. I grew fast in a week and now I'm scared, like it's just gonna die. Geometry Dash. Yeah, maybe Geometry Dash. What is that? I've been seeing that a lot. I can't find it. Hey, there's Gang Beast. $13? No. Guys, I think I'm broke. Hold on, I need to check my bank account. Okay, I got money, guys. I got money. I can buy a game. Nobody wants to watch Kindergarten. I've already seen it. I've just seen this. I've seen it. I've seen the whole playthrough. That's why I don't want to get it. My main account got hacked by some guy in like freaking Afghanistan or something. I can play GTA 5. Nobody's gonna watch me play it though. I suck at GTA 5. I'm really bad at it. I'm so bad at GTA 5. I know it's okay, but I'm bad at it. Nobody wants to see me be bad at GTA 5. Should I get Friday the 13th? Do people still watch that? Is that fad over? Did I miss that? Did I miss that trend? It's not there anymore. No, it's still here. Dude, there's a bunch of people watching this game. There's a bunch of people not watching this game too. No. No to Friday the 13th. But it's trending. What's this? It's probably a console game. But I'm bad at GTA 5. I'm so bad at GTA 5, I don't want to play it. The game's not out yet. Why? Should I get Friday the 13th, guys? Should I get this game? GMB says no. Who says yeah? Okay, here, we're gonna do a poll. We're gonna do a quick poll before I get like in trouble for saying I'm playing Terraria when I'm just like looking at stuff. Here, guys. Here's this. I gotta take off my game name. I'm scared I'm gonna get in trouble. Oh crap. Don't do this to me, guys. Please don't make it an even vote. There's no point in the poll if it's even. Please. Somebody vote for something else. Somebody vote for something. Then it would still be an even poll. And it would still be exactly the same thing. Oh, Brand, is that somebody's alternate account? Vortex. That's Vortex. Vortex did that. Oh god, why? Why? I don't know if I should count that, because that's Vortex. Guys, this isn't funny anymore. Oh, Julian. Julian, I hate you. Julian, I hate you. Oh, man. Here, I'm gonna do a random thing. The only option you want is kindergarten. That's all you want me to play. How much is kindergarten? Nobody's gonna watch me play kindergarten. It's $4. And I've seen the entire game played through already. There will be nothing new to me. I've seen the whole thing. All the way up till summoning the demons with what's his face. Oh, that's sad. Don't make me sad. I didn't say that. Here, wait a second. Hold on. I'm gonna make a command. I mean, I don't remember all of it exactly, but I've seen the entire thing played through. Why will you unsub? You'll unsub if I don't play GTA 5. That's not cool, man. I really don't want to play GTA 5. So here's what we're gonna do, guys. Alright. If it's heads, we're gonna do Friday the 13th. If it's Tails. Oh, you're gonna unsub if I play Kindergarten. I was gonna say if it's Heads, Friday the 13th. If it's Tails, Kindergarten. I mean, I gotta flip it. Alright guys, Heads Friday the 13th, Tails Kindergarten. That was Kindergarten. Nobody wants it but Julian. Okay, here we go. One last poll. One last poll. Guys, I'm freaking out right now. I'm freaking out here. This is it. This is the final decision. This is the final decision. If it's a tie, we're going with Kindergarten. Gwoon, I thought you said you didn't want me to play Kindergarten. I thought you said you didn't want me to play Kindergarten. Vote 1 or 2. Dankbot. Dankbot. One. Is that Vortex? Vortex, how many accounts do you have? Is that Vortex? Oh my god. But Nameless also came in and voted. Nameless popped in at just the right time and also voted. So it would have been 3-2 anyway. It would have been 3-2 anyway, guys. Are you saying that to me? You're so mean. You're so damn mean. Dude. GMB is I'm not playing GTA, dude. So if you're gonna leave if I don't play GTA, then I guess you have to leave. Because I'm not playing it. There's also Slime Rancher. Friday the 13th is not for 3-year-olds. How is Friday the 13th for 3-year-olds? $40. Are you sure, guys? $40. It's so much. Why is it so much? Slime Rancher? I want to play Slime Rancher too. I was thinking about Slime Rancher. You think anybody would watch it though? I know, man, $40. This game does look cool though. Mm. 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 $40 so much. That's a lot. Cause I'm poor, guys. You guys gotta know I'm poor. Like, I don't make any money from this stuff. 13 is not too bad. It's got a lot of good reviews. I don't want to play Gmod. Doing it. I'm doing it. It's done. It's done. Alright, here we go, guys. We're gonna do this Slime Rancher style. I've been wanting to try out this game anyway. It looks kind of fun. I don't have a thumbnail. Yeah, kindergarten has a lot of murder and crazy stuff in it. It's definitely not for 3-year-olds. That is for sure. Should I turn the music off or what? What? I don't know how the music is in this game. What am I looking at? Kindergarten's definitely not for 4-year-olds. Just a saying. That game is dark as hell. Wait, later, dude. You guys said Slime Rancher. You guys told me Slime Rancher. Better not start complaining now. I just spent money on this. Thanks. This is the best way to learn a new game. It's your keyboard upside down. Jesus Christ. So much for jumping. What? Because that's a price list. Oh my god. What? I got no money for that. So what should I do? Should I just like collect all the slimes that I can? Just collect the money. The food. I don't want to get like too many slimes. I won't be able to feed them all. Whoa, what's this? Ah! I'm taking damage. I want one of these. No. Give me a blue one. Man. It's a bunch of... Ah! I notice you. I notice you, Waffle. My keyboard's upside down, by the way, so... That's a thing that I'm dealing with at the moment. I apologize. Can they live together? Can the slimes live together? Or will they like eat each other? Hey, he changed. Did they breed? Is that what just happened? Ugh. Hey you, eat. Guys pooping? Eat that. I'm gonna go get some more of those blue ones. I think their stuff's worth more. Can't jump. Can't jump. I like money. I don't want that. I noticed you, Nameless. I noticed you immediately. Hey, look at those guys! Hey, he's got a coin on his head. What happened? Did I pick him up? Why is this guy so big? Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay. So can I put 3 in a cage? 3 different kinds? Or will that be bad? Oh, you feed them. Oh. Whoops. Hey, Blue Poop. Ah! Chill. Got you some new buddies. Eat that. I thought I picked up some blue stuff. Maybe somebody ate it. I'll remember that next time. Alright, I'm turning my keyboard back around. That was confusing. There we go. That's much better. Alright, let's see what stuff is. Oh, I can upgrade it. That'd be nice. It'd also be nice. Don't put 3. Don't put 3. Where'd the other one go? Ow! So what should I do? Should I build another one? Maybe another one in a garden? I got 500. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Oh, I can run. I didn't know I could run. Is it a good idea to like mix them? They jump high. Should I like add some pink slimes to the gray ones, the tabbies? Or is it better to leave them not mixed? Like that. Like, is it better to have these or is it better to just have the regular? Let's put some pink slimes in there. I don't want to put too many. I don't want them like mixing up. So are they gonna breed now? Hey, they're breeding. Cool. And I need to get high walls, you said? How much is that? 350. Okay. Ooh, those blue ones are worth a bunch. They're worth a lot more. What do I do when it gets dark? Go sleep. Is this my house? Oh, see, I don't care. Pink seed everything. What do the gray ones eat? Hey, what are you guys doing out? No, come here, come here. Is he like starving? Sweet. Hey, Hey, whoa. Oh my god. Holy crap. Ow! Stop it. Should I try to get high walls on both of those? Dude, these ones... Yeah, what the heck, boy? Get back. Hey, no. No. What are you guys doing in here? Ah! Ah! You're not good. Is that what happens when 3 of them mix up together? Dude, stay inside. So that's what happens when 3 get together. Hey, give me a break, Kevin, man. It's the first time I've ever played this. Welcome to the chat, by the way. How do I keep them from getting out? Do I need more high walls? I'm scared to leave. Give me that. Look how high they can jump. Look how high they can jump. Is everybody gonna die if I leave? Hey, look at that! High walls don't do nothing! No! Crap. They're all gonna die when I'm gone, aren't they? I need money. I need more high walls. Hey, blue poop. I need blue poop. Ow. There's some. Stop it. They're gonna kill me. Oop. Okay, are all my slimes gonna be dead when I get home? Just tell me the truth. Plort. The plorts. Alright, this should be enough. Wait, is this the right way home? This doesn't seem right. This isn't right. Maybe I should keep them little instead of mixing them like that so they can't bounce so high. You think that'd be a good idea? To keep them like little instead of all this craziness? Okay. I don't want you guys. Stay. Okay. I want to get the collector. So this is kind of difficult. Stop. Oh, they don't? What do they eat? The fruit or whatever? Do I need a fruit farm? They seem happy. Hey, no. I mean, they're pooping. How much is another farm? Alright, I'm gonna grow some fruit over there. That's what they eat, right? It's fruit. They eat meat. Oh, so I should have made a coop. They're just bouncing around with it. They're not eating it. What are these guys like? Well, oh wait. Do these guys like the... Oh, okay. So they'll all eat anything because they mix with pink. Alright. Works, I guess. Need to get upgrades. $500. I mean, is it a good idea to mix them with pink? Or should I keep like stuff separate? Like, I don't know what the best way to do stuff is. Like, should I make a like a place just for certain ones? Yeah, but they poop out pink and the color that they're mixed with, so isn't that better? Or do they poop out 2 of the other color? If they're... Like, should I clear one of these out and just put, like... What do the rock guys eat? I feel like I could get a whole lot more little ones in a cage than I could the big ones, because little ones don't bounce as high. I need to get a coop before I do the tabbies. Ah! Close. Like, do the rock guys eat fruit? Find something. Where am I at? I need a map. So if I made a just rock thing, I'd be okay with giving them carrots. But I need a coop to do the tabbies. How do I get back to that rock place? I'm so confused. I'm so lost right now. Oh, there's another place. No? Yeah, it's over here. So I can collect rock slimes. And have just rock slime farm. I don't know what those other things are. Stop it. They're all mixed together. This one. So I can just like get rid of these guys. Should I feel bad for doing that? Because I don't. I don't feel bad at all. Yeah, I definitely need to get a collector for this place. These guys will kill me. Hey, whoa! No! If I make 3 slimes mix, it makes one of those bad things and it like tries to kill everything. It's about collecting slimes and breeding them, raising them, making money. I'm a slime rancher. That's nice. Cool. I'm gonna get one of those for over here. I can't pick those up. Yeah, I already figured that out, man. It happened like super early. Why are you trying to kill all my slimes, dude? I should've got Friday the 13th, shouldn't I? I feel like that'd bring more people to the stream than Slime Rancher. Later, Dushin. Man. I don't know if anybody wants to watch this, dude. Yay, somebody actually likes this game. I just got it. It was either get this or Friday the 13th. People talked me into getting this. I feel like my stream's kinda, you know, getting stale, guys. Not sure what to do about it. Later, GMP. Eat. Poop. Eat and poop. Get off each other. I don't know, man. It's just... I had that really good week, man, and I got super hype. Now it's just like back to like 1 subscriber a day. It's got me bummed out, dude. I can't sell that. Like, even my regulars aren't hardly coming back anymore, man. It's just slow, man. It's just slow at the beginning of the week. Alright, it'll pick up. I'm sure it'll pick up. Oh, can't go that way. Nice. It's not where I want to go. Oh, ow. Ah. Guys, watch what you eat. Jesus. No, I haven't looked at the upgrade machine yet. I need to get a coop so I can get like a tabby only farm. So that's what they eat, right? They like that meat. Yeah. Why? It's money. Money's money. Dude, I had one popped up on my farm. I just launched it out into the ocean. It didn't kill anything, thankfully. Hey, what's up, Turner? Welcome to the chat. Nice. I should probably build a coop now, because I want to get a tabby farm set up. But I was gonna do tabbies. I don't want to walk all the way out to the middle of nowhere to get chickens all the time. Oh my god. This is my first time I've ever played it. Day 3. What's that stupid bridge? Bridge! There it is. Yeah, but I feel like I could get a lot more of the little tabbies in a cage than I can get like the mixed ones. I don't like the big ones, like they're huge, they jump out. I can only put like 5 in a cage or else they're always jumping out. How many types of chickens are there? I know, I've already got a cage of those, but like, even with just like 4 of them in there, they constantly jump out. Yeah. Hey, what happens if you mix like a blue and a gray? Does that work, or do they just mix with pinks? Like if I mix the blue and a gray, would they eat vegetables and give me like 2 good plorts? Can I do triple high walls? No. What? Yay, BFFs. Assume they'll make chickens tomorrow. Tiffany Nash, welcome to the sub club. Glad you could stop in. Much appreciated. Hope you can find something to do in chat. Hang out, talk a little bit. Oh God, we're starving. Why are you making chickens? Dude, they're not making chickens. What does the coop even do? Dude, I just gotta feed them. Okay, y'all stay in there. Feed you soon. Something. Oh. What's up, Nameless? These guys won't eat this stuff, right? They will. I guess. Hey, sweet. Thanks for the sub, Nikki Turner. Much, much appreciated. And they won't eat fruit. About to make a blue. That way they can eat vegetables at least. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna need some high walls, so. Oh, show. Back. Alright. Now at least they'll eat vegetables. Yeah, tabbies only eat chickens. I'm having a tough time finding chickens, so I just mix them with the rock guys and then they'll eat vegetables, right? which I also have none of. Demolish that stupid chicken coop. The top right corner. I don't see nothing in the top right corner. They eat carrots. Oh, these guys are gonna make me some money. Yeah. Should I invest in like auto feeders? That's cool. 2 a minute. Get $2 a minute, man. Jetpack seems cool. You stupid. I hate you. Ah! Explore more? Go up in there and stuff? Can I go up there? Yes, you are. If your subscriptions are turned off, then it won't show up. But yes, you are in the sub club if you subscribed. And I'm 253 now, so I would say you did subscribe. Welcome to the sub club, Nikki Turner. BFF, Nikki Turner. I can't stop buying upgrades for these guys. Oh wait. Texas girl, welcome to the sub club. Mucho apreciado. Put an air net on the rock tabbies. Get energy and then the jetpack. And then put a net on the rock tabbies. Hey, whoa, what are you doing over here? How about you don't? Pokemon is awesome. You can recolor? How do you recolor? So like an upgrade? Let me get some money. Hey. All right. Okay. I will do that. Button next to my house. Button next to my house. I don't see a button. Next to my house door. Oh, maybe it's something you have to unlock. Okay, so should I get the boots? Is the boots what gives me the stamina you were talking about? Everybody's saying power core and jetpack. I almost have enough for both. I'll be able to buy the other one. I don't even know what that did. See, look at all this. I don't have plenty of money. Hi. Hi. Ooh, almost enough. Oh, I see, I see. So I got more running energy. Oop. Oop, too far. Eat a carrot. Shut up. Alright. I'll see how it is. There we go. See, those little guys make me some cash, dude. These guys suck.
Lions roaring in the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy, but it's so.
So I mean, like, what can I do with the jetpack?
We must merely make a start.
Basically jump over
Savannah,
large holes?
I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah.
Oh, there's a broken bridge. I have not even noticed the broken bridge, to be honest with you.
The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone.
Gosh.
Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah,
Later, dude.
I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
So what should I be doing right now? Is there like a certain place I should go? Now that I have the jetpack? Wait, what's this? What's that thing?
I'm coming home, Savannah. We'll never be alone,
Hey,
Savannah.
it's growing. Come here, come here, come here. Where'd it go? Where'd that golden slime go? Aw. Make it, make it, make it. Sweet. Wait, I've been here. Gotta feed them. Every time I see something with gold and something, I need to feed it. Gotta remember that. Go up. Okay. Hey. Oh, these are... Oh, these are the pink ones mixed with the... Hey, here you go, guys. Slime key. I don't really have a place to keep you guys. Get in the way. Oh, he gives me the key. I could tell he was like getting bigger. I'm supposed to feed him. Now I'm lost. No. Oh. Wait, is this where I just was? No, this is different. God, I just noticed how like focused I am on this game. Jesus. I'm sorry guys. I'm getting like too intense into the game. I'm just like staring at it hardcore. Holy crap. I'm not being social at all. I'm just like staring like, what do I do? What am I doing here? Sorry guys. I don't mean to neglect. I really don't mean to neglect. I'm sorry. It's the first time I've ever played this game, so I'm just like, I'm in like hardcore figure it out mode. Ow. So those things are called Gordos? That's what the big fatties are? Dude, I'm lost. I'm never gonna get home. You guys wanna do a raffle, man? We'll do a raffle real quick. Am I out of carrots? Does that run out? I didn't know that. Oh no, and I don't have any. I gotta feed them. They're gonna be hungry. They're gonna be mad. I don't know if I should get any of this stuff. Feels like a waste of money. Hey, what? I can get all that. I can get all that maybe right now. Why did I get a taboo port out of that? Nameless gamer. He's basically AFK. What the heck? The guy that's basically AFK wins. Get back in your hole. Get back in your hole. I will feed you when the carrots grow. I need a blue. I need a blue. Get back in your hole. I will go get some carrots. What kind of poll do you want to start? It won't let you, but I mean, I can start one, I guess. No, well, you can go in there. Good luck. Hey, y'all need to chill out. Oh, what's all this? I don't know what's going on here. Tabbies eat these, right? Alright. I mean, you could try. I don't think it'll work, though. I don't know what cube berries do. Pink ones eat anything. Go. Do you guys eat those? Oh man, all my stuff. Oh wait! I need a. I want to grow. I want to grow some. Aha! I have 5. I have 5 coins. It will not let me have more than 5 coins. What's up, Blue Shine? Welcome to the stream. What you up to? Glad you could stop in. Nice to see a new face. Ooh, that looks like cash in there. Alright. I'm gonna get you a feeder just so I can unload these stupid things. Whoa now, whoa. You're way out of bounds, dude. Alright. Works, I guess. Hey, dude, come on. Get back in your hole. Nothing. What you never do. Why lose? This was a good NCS song. 15. Oh, dude, no, the price is down. They used to be worth 20 something. I'm flooding the market, man. How do I unlock the other places? Oh, that's what those nets are for. I see. Poop on love what? My new best friend is a little strange, I think. He's got plenty of food. $17.95 for that. Same. Interesting. Interesting. You. Guys have a feeder. Come on. Okay. Guess I gotta wait on that. Yeah, you can trust me. Wink. That totally means you can't trust me. -1. Alright guys. Believe it's about that time. About that time to say farewell, my friends. Until tomorrow. Where we'll be playing Stardew Valley tomorrow. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna play this again. Creepypasta fan, no! Sorry, dude. But you can catch me Monday through Friday, 1 o'clock Eastern time. Every week I'm here. Just ask these guys that have been coming. But you'll see more Slime Rancher. This is fun. Let's see, what is today? Tuesday? I'll probably play Stardew Valley tomorrow on Wednesday. Terraria on Thursday. And I might play some more Slime Rancher on Friday. That sounds good. I think we'll go with that. So Stardew Valley, Terraria, Slime Rancher, the rest of this week. If you're new here, those are just the kind of games I play. Play survival-y kind of games, little, you know, just fun games, chill games. Yeah. But I'll be back tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern, with some Stardew Valley. Hope you guys can join in. Jax360HD, if you subscribed, welcome to the sub club, dude. If it didn't pop up. Anybody else that subscribed and didn't pop up, Creepypasta. If you subbed, welcome to the sub club. $2.56. Sorry guys, Cringe Factor, if you sub, welcome to the sub club. Yeah, I'll do a raffle. I'll do a raffle. I'll do a good raffle. I can't type anymore. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. 1 o'clock, 1 o'clock Eastern. I'll be playing Stardew Valley tomorrow. I'm in the summer, the first year on Stardew Valley. If you guys want to check that out, it's gonna be cool. We got a pretty cool little community here. Nameless gamer again. Wow. What are the odds? What are the odds? I guess. Maybe he's hacking. He's a cheater. He's a hacker cheater. Alright, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow.